was the worst mass extinction in Earth's history, more severe than the asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs, more devastating than any ice age or volcano episode. Life came closer Life came closer to total annihilation than at any other time in its 3 billion year history, and yet somehow some species survived, and from those survivors all subsequent life would descend. This is the story of that catastrophe, of what caused it, what it destroyed, and how life persevered through Earth's darkest hour. To understand the Permian extinction, we must first understand the Permian world, the world that existed before the catastrophe. The Permian period lasted from about 299 million years ago to 252 million years ago. It was the final period of the Paleozoic era, the age of ancient life. As we begin, as we begin at the beginning of the Permian, the supercontinent Pangaea was nearly complete. All the major land masses had assembled into a single enormous structure, a single enormous continent stretching from pole to pole. This configuration had a profound effect on These were the ancestor of mammals, though they were still fully reptilian in their appearance and physiology. Synapsids ranged from small insect-eating animals to massive herbivores and fearsome predators. Dimetrodon, with its distinctive sail-like back, was one of the top predators of the early Permian. Later, animals like Inostrancevia, a predator the size of a bear with saber-like canine teeth, dominated the late Permian. Herbivorous synapsids like mushrooms and Dicinodon were also abundant. These animals had beaks for chopping vegetation and sometimes tusks for defense or display. In the oceans, life was equally diverse. Corals built vast reef systems. Brachiopods and mollusks covered the seafloor. Fish of many types swam in the waters, including early sharks and the first ray-finned fish to become truly diverse. But there were the bizarre animals like trilobites, which had dominated Paleozoic seas for hundreds of millions of years, and the Eurypterids, giant sea scorpions that prowled shallow coastal waters. But beneath this apparently prosperity, stresses were building. The assembly of Pangea had reduced the amount of coastline relative to land area, eliminating shallow marine habitats. Climate was becoming more extreme, with greater temperature swings. And then, around 250 million years ago, a catastrophe struck. The immediate cause of the Permian extinction was volcanism on a scale difficult to imagine. In what is now Siberia, vast quantities of lava erupted from the Earth's interior, covering an area the size of Europe. These eruptions, known as Siberian traps, weren't explosive like modern volcanic eruptions. They were effusive, with lava flowing from fissures in the ground and spreading across the landscape in vast sheets. The eruptions lasted for perhaps 1 or 2 million years, though the most intense phase may have been just a few tens of thousands of years. During this time, millions of cubic kilometers of lava poured out, building up which came from the gases released by the eruptions. Volcanic eruptions release carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other gases. In a normal eruption, these gases are diluted and dispersed relatively quickly, but the Siberian Traps eruptions were so massive and so prolonged that the gases accumulated in the atmosphere faster than they could be removed. Carbon dioxide built up, creating a runaway greenhouse effect. Temperatures soared, perhaps by 10 degrees Celsius or more. The oceans started warming up, reducing their ability to hold dissolved oxygen. Sulfur dioxide reacted with water in the atmosphere to form sulfuric acid, creating acid rain that fell on land and ocean, killing plants and acidifying soils and water. The warming oceans began to stratify with warm, oxygen-poor surface waters sitting atop cooler, denser deep waters. The stratification prevented the mixing that normally brings oxygen to the depth. As oxygen levels in the ocean dropped, vast regions became anoxic, devoid of oxygen, and even euxenic, containing hydrogen sulfide, a toxic gas that is lethal to most life. And there may have been even more catastrophic effects. Some scientists propose that the warming caused the release of methane from methane hydrates, frozen deposits of methane, and water on the seafloor. Methane is even more potent greenhouse gas from carbon dioxide. If large amounts of methane were released, it would have accelerated the warming, creating a feedback loop that drove temperatures even higher. On land, the effects were equally devastating. Acid rain killed forests. Temperatures soared beyond what most plants and animals could tolerate. Wildfires may have raged across continents, destroying what vegetation remained. And as the plants died, herbivores starved. As herbivores died, carnivores starved. Ecosystems collapsed from the bottom up. In the oceans, the story was similar. The base of the food web, photosynthetic plankton, was devastated by warming, ocean acidification, and anoxia. Without primary producers, the entire marine system collapsed. Coral reefs, which had been extensive in the Permian period, were almost completely especially hard. Over 95% of the brachiopod species went extinct. They would never recover from their former diversity. Trilobites, which had been declining since the Devonian period, were finally taken to extinction. Not a single trilobite species survived the Permian extinction. Ammonoids, relatives to modern squid, and nautilus with coiled shells, were reduced to just two or three species. From these tiny remnants, they would later diversify again, but at the end of the Permian, they were nearly wiped out. On land, synapsids, the dominant vertebrates of the Permian, they suffered catastrophic losses. Over 70% of the species went extinct. The large herbivores and apex predators disappeared almost entirely. And for the first time in history of insects, these remarkably resilient animals experienced a mass extinction. 8 or 9 orders of insects went extinct. The only time in Earth's history that insects have been so severely affected. The extinction occurred in two pulses, separated by perhaps 100,000 years. The first pulse was severe, wiping out as many species as possible. The second was even worse, driving many survivors to extinction and reducing global biodiversity to its lowest point in hundreds of millions of years. In the aftermath, the world was silent, empty, almost lifeless. The few survivors clung to existence in a harsh, degraded environment. Oxygen levels may have dropped to 15% or lower, too low for large, active animals to function. Temperatures remained high for hundreds of thousands of years. Ecosystem, stripped of their complexity, consisted of just a few hardy species. The food webs were simple, biodiversity was minimal, recovery was slow. For millions of years after the extinction, ecosystems remained impoverished. Disaster has struck. Opportunistic species that could tolerate the hard conditions dominated. Lystrosaurus, a big-sized herbivorous synapsid, made up perhaps 95% of the terrestrial vertebrates in the early Triassic. An unprecedented lack of diversity. In the oceans, stromatolites reappeared. Bacterial mats that had been rare since the Proterozoic. diversified and eventually exceeded its pre-extinction diversity. The Permian extinction reminds us that the Earth isn't a stable, unchanging planet. It has experienced catastrophes before and will experience them again. Climate can shift dramatically, ecosystems can collapse, species, even dominant species, can go extinct. But life persists, it adapts, it evolves, it finds a way. In the next episode, we will see the recovery from the great dying. We will witness the Triassic period, when new groups rose to dominance, when dinosaurs first appeared, when the stage was set for the Mesozoic, the age of reptiles. This, the world has ended, but a new world is about to begin. This is the end of episode 21. Thank you for listening to my content, and I hope that you are enjoying and relaxing yourself. In few seconds, it's gonna start episode 22. Bye. It's dinosaurs time. Yay! Welcome, dear listener, and in this video I'm going to be talking about the Triassic recovery and the rise of dinosaurs. By the way, this is episode 22. So, if you want to learn more about the Triassic and the dinosaurs, stay with me and I will guide you through that period. So, let's start. But first, don't forget to subscribe. I love you. The world that emerged from Permian extinction was a world diminished, impoverished, barely recognizable. The rich ecosystems of the late Permian, with their diverse assemblages of plants and animals, were gone. What remained were a few hardy survivors, eking out existence in a harsh, depleted environment. But life, as it always does, it persevered, slowly, tentatively at first, but then, with increasing vigor, the organisms began to diversify again. New species evolved, ecosystems became more complex, the barren landscape began to be green again. This was the Triassic period, from 252 million years ago to 201 million years ago. It was a time of recovery and renewal, a time when life rebuilt itself from near total destruction. And it was the time when some of the most important groups of animals in Earth history first appeared. dinosaurs, the animals that would come to dominate terrestrial ecosystems for the next 160 million years. The Triassic saw their humble beginnings, their evolution, their first steps towards the dominance they would achieve in the Jurassic and Cretaceous period. This is the story of the Triassic period, of how life recovered from the great dying, and of how the stage was set for the age of dinosaurs. The early Triassic, immediately following the Permian extinction, was a grim time. The planet was hot, with temperatures perhaps 10 degrees Celsius higher than today. Oxygen levels were low, by the way. The oceans were sluggish and poorly oxygenated. Much of the land was desert or semi-arid scrubland. The few animal species that survived were generalists, able to tolerate a wide range of conditions. Lystrosaurus, a stocky herbivorous synapsid about the size of a pig, was the most common land vertebrate, making up perhaps 95% of all individual animals in some regions. This dominance of a single species is unprecedented in a healthy ecosystem. It's a sign of how impoverished the early Triassic world was, how few species existed, how simple food webs had become. But Lystrosaurs and other survivors were strong. They had endured the extinction, and they were adapted to harsh conditions. As the environment slowly stabilized, they provided the foundation for recovery. In the ocean, recovery was even slower. Reefs, which had been devastated by the extinction, didn't recover for millions of years. Early Triassic seas had no major reef-building organisms, and the seafloor was dominated by microbial mats and simple invertebrates. The fish, which had also suffered great losses, they began to diversify again. Ray-finned fish, which had been present but not dominant in the Permian, became more important. New groups evolved, including some of including some that would give rise to modern fish families. Marine reptiles also appeared or diversified in the Triassic. Ichthyosaurs, reptiles that had returned to the sea and evolved a dolphin-like body form, first appeared in the early Triassic. They were ecosystems begin to resemble pre-extinction ecosystems with diverse assemblages of herbivores and carnivores with complex food webs and ecological interactions. But the dominant groups were different. Synapsids, which had ruled the Permian, were in decline. They survived, and one lineage would eventually give rise to the mammals, but they were no longer the dominant land vertebrates. Instead, the Triassic was dominated by archosaurs, the group that included crocodiles, dinosaurs, and birds. Archosaurs had existed in the Permian, but they were rare and small. In the Jurassic, they diversified explosively. Early archosaurs were diverse and often bizarre. They were heavily armored herbivores like ictosaurs, which looked like armadillos but were actually reptiles. There were predators like Postosuchus, large fearsome animals that walked on all fours but could rear up on their hind legs. And they, there were the Ryusukians, top predators that reached lengths of 6 meters or more, dominating terrestrial ecosystems in the middle and late Triassic. But the, but the most significant archosaurs, from our perspective, were small, relatively inconspicuous animals that appeared in the Middle Triassic. These were the first dinosaurs. The oldest known dinosaurs date is to the oldest known dinosaurs date to about 230 million years ago from Argentina. They were small bipedal predators, probably no more than a meter or two in length. They had hollow bones, a feature that would later allow larger dinosaurs to reduce their weight. They had an upright posture with legs positioned directly beneath the body. Beneath the body rather than sprawling to the sides. These early dinosaurs weren't dominant. They were rare, overshadowed by larger archosaurs. Overshadowed by larger archosaurs like Ryusukians and by the diverse assemblages of other reptiles. But they had certain advantages. Their upright posture made them efficient runners. Their lightweight build allowed for agility, and their physiology which may have included some degree of warm-bloodedness or at least elevated metabolic rates. Compared to other reptiles, gave them endurance. Sorry, through the middle and the late Triassic, dinosaurs diversified slowly. They split into two major groups based on hip structure: saurischians, or lizard-hipped dinosaurs, and the ornithischians, or bird-hipped dinosaurs. Saurischians would later include the giant sauropoda, like Brachiosaurus and Diplodocus, as well as the predatory theropods like Tyrannosaurus rex and Velociraptor. In the Triassic, early saurischians were mostly small to medium-sized predators. Ornithischians would eventually include all of the herbivorous dinosaurs with specialized features like horns, armor, and duckbills. But in the Triassic, early ornithischians were small and relatively uncommon. The first truly large dinosaurs appeared in the late Triassic. Plateosaurus, an early sauropodomorph, could reach lengths up to 10 meters and walk either on all fours or rear up on its hind legs to reach high vegetation. It was it was one of the first large herbivorous dinosaurs, overshadowing the giants that would come later. But even in the late Triassic, dinosaurs weren't the dominant land animals. They did, that distinction belonged to other archosaurs and to various groups of reptiles that have no modern descendants. Pterosaurs, flying reptiles related to dinosaurs, evolved in the late Triassic. The earliest pterosaurs were small, probably insect eaters, with wingspans of less than a meter, but they had already evolved the key adaptation that would make them successful: wings formed by a membrane of skin stretched between an elongated fourth finger and the body. Pterosaurs would diversify in the Jurassic period and the Cretaceous period, some becoming enormous, with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. But in the Triassic, they were modest pioneers, the first vertebrates to achieve powered flight. Since the evolution of insects hundreds of millions of years earlier, the Triassic climate changed significantly over the course of the period. The early Triassic was hot and dry. The Middle Triassic saw some moderation, with more rainfall and more varied climates. The Late Triassic was warm and generally humid, with seasonal monsoons in some regions. The supercontinent Pangaea remained intact throughout the Triassic, though it was beginning to show its signs of rifting. Cracks appeared, foreshadowing the breakup that would occur in the Jurassic. And then, at the end of the Triassic period, 201 million years ago, disaster has struck again. The Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, while not so severe as the Permian extinction, was still significant, wiping out about 75% of all species. The causes of this extinction are debated, but massive volcanism is again implicated. The Central Atlantic but dinosaurs, which had been relatively rare and insignificant in the Triassic, they survived, and in the ecological vacuum created by the extinction, they diversified rapidly, becoming the dominant land animals of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. Why did dinosaurs survive when other groups didn't? Several factors may have contributed. Their upright posture and efficient locomotion may have given them advantage in finding food and escaping dangers. Their relatively small size in the Triassic may have allowed them to survive on less food than larger animals, and their physiology may have allowed them to tolerate the harsh conditions better than others. Whatever the reasons, the Triassic-Jurassic extinction has marked a turning point. The Triassic world, with its diverse assemblage of archosaurs and reptiles, was swept away. The Jurassic world would be the world of dinosaurs. As we close this episode, let us appreciate the Triassic for what it was: a time of transition, a bridge between the ancient world of the Paleozoic and the modern world that would follow. The Triassic saw life recover from the worst extinction in Earth's history. It saw the rise of new groups, archosaurs and mammals, that would shape the future. It saw the first dinosaurs, small and insignificant, but carrying within them the potential for greatness. And it ended with another mass extinction, another catastrophe, another test of life's resilience. But life endured, dinosaurs survived, and in the next episode we will see them flourish, growing to enormous sizes, diversifying into countless forms, dominating the land in a way no group had before or has since. The Triassic period is ending. The Jurassic period is beginning to be. The age of dinosaurs is about to dawn. This is the end of episode 22. Thank you for listening to my content. In a few seconds, a new episode will start. Stay with me, and I love you all. Bye. Earth, a journey through time. Episode 23. Jurassic Giants. Stand in a clearing in a Jurassic forest 150 million years ago. stripping leaves from the tallest branches with its peg-like teeth. The animal is so large that its footsteps shake the ground. Its neck stretches impossibly long, reaching heights no other animal would ever achieve. Its body is supported by pillar-like legs as thick as tree trunks, and yet, despite its enormous size, it is surprisingly graceful, moving with the slow, deliberate rhythm of a creature that had no predators to fear. This is Brachiosaurus, or one of its close relatives, and it is one of the giants of the Jurassic period. These animals, sauropods, were the largest land animals ever to exist, dwarfing even the biggest elephants or mammoths. Some species may have weighed over 70 tons, as much as a dozen elephants. The Jurassic period, from 201 to 145 million years ago, was the age when dinosaurs truly came into their own. They diversified into astonishing array of forms, from tiny chicken-sized predators to colossal herbivores that shook the earth. They dominated terrestrial ecosystems on every continent. And the Jurassic was also a time of lush vegetations, warm climates, and shallow seas teeming with life. It was a world of giants, yes, a world of plenty, a world fundamentally different from anything that exists today. This is the story of the Jurassic, of the dinosaurs that ruled the land, and of the world they inhabited. The Jurassic began in the aftermath of the Jurassic extinction, with many competing groups eliminated. The dinosaurs had the opportunity to diversify and feel ecological niches left vacant. The climate of the Jurassic period was warm and humid over most of the globe. There were no polar caps. Sea levels were high, flooding low-lying areas and creating shallow continental seas. Carbon dioxide levels were several times higher than today, creating a strong greenhouse effect. break apart. The Atlantic Ocean was opening, separating North America from Africa and South America from Europe. These rifts were narrow in the Jurassic, just beginning to form, but they would widen through the Mesozoic. The breakup of Pangaea had important effects on climate. It created new coastlines, new ocean currents, new patterns of heat distribution, and as the continents separated, life on each one began to evolve independently, creating regional differences in fauna and flora. The vegetation of the Jurassic period was dominated by conifers, cycads, ginkgos, and ferns. These were not the modern conifers like pines and firs, but rather ancient groups, some of which still survive today, though often in reduced numbers. Forests were lush and extensive, covering much of the land, and in these forests dinosaurs thrived. The most iconic dinosaurs of the Jurassic were the sauropods, long-necked herbivores that grew to enormous sizes. Sauropods had evolved in the late Triassic, but they were relatively small then, no more than a few meters long. In the Jurassic, sauropods went extinct. In the Jurassic, sauropods underwent a dramatic size increase, evolving into the largest land animals to exist. Diplodocus could reach lengths over 25 meters. Brachiosaurus stood over 13 meters tall at the head. Argentinosaurus, which lived later in the Cretaceous period, may have weighed up to 100 tons, though estimates vary. Why did sauropods grow so large? Several factors contributed. Large size is a defense against predators. An adult sauropod was simply too big for the most predators to attack. Large size also allows for more efficient digestion. Sauropods were herbivores, and plant material is difficult to digest. A large gut with room for fermentation chambers where bacteria breaks down cellulose allows similar to modern birds. This system, more efficient than the mammalian lung, allowed them to get enough oxygen despite their enormous size. The different groups of the sauropods different groups of sauropods adopted different feeding strategies. Diplodocids had long whip-like tails and peg-like teeth arranged in the front of their mouths. They probably fed on low-growing vegetation, using their teeth to strip leaves from branches. Brachiosaurids, in contrast, had chisel-like teeth and could rear up to their hind legs to reach the highest branches, feeding at heights no other herbivore could reach. Titanosaurs, which would become more important in the Cretaceous, were more robust, with stockier builds and sometimes with armor plates embedded in their skin. Living alongside the sauropods were other herbivorous dinosaurs, stegosaurs, with their distinctive plates along their backs and spikes on their tails, were common in the Jurassic. Stegosaurs, the most famous one, had large bony plates that may have been used for display or for regulating body temperature. The function of these plates is still debated. They were too thin to provide effective armor. They may have been brightly colored and used to attract mates or intimidate rivals, or they may have been richly supplied with blood vessels and used as heat exchangers, helping the animal warm up or cool down. Ornithopods, bipedal herbivores, were also present in the Jurassic, though they would become more diverse in the Cretaceous. These were small dinosaurs, some no bigger than a large dog, though they could move quickly and may have lived in herds for protection. Predators in the Jurassic were primarily theropods, the group that includes all carnivorous dinosaurs and eventually birds. Jurassic theropods ranged from tiny feathered predators to massive apex predators. Allosaurus was one of the top predators of the late Jurassic, reaching lengths of up to 12 meters. It was a powerful animal with large, sharp teeth and with claws capable of hunting large prey, possibly even juvenile sauropods. Ceratosaurus was another large predator, distinguished by a horn on its snout, and there were smaller predators like Ornitholestes The first feathered dinosaurs appeared in the fossil record in the late Jurassic from deposits in China and Germany. Archaeopteryx, discovered in limestone quarries in Germany in the 1860s, was a sensation. It had feathers, wings, and a wishbone like a bird, but it also had teeth, a long ponytail, and claws on its wings like a dinosaur. It was clearly a transitional form, a link between the dinosaurs and the birds. We know we now know that Archaeopteryx was just one of the many feathered dinosaurs. The feathers probably evolved first for insulation, helping small theropods regulate their body temperature. Later, they were sculpted for display with bright colors and elaborate patterns to use to attract mates. And eventually, in some lineages, feathers became large and strong enough to be used for flight. Archaeopteryx could probably fly, though not as well as the modern birds. It may have used its wings primarily for gliding or for flapping short distances. From these early experiments with flight, the true birds would evolve, diversifying in the Cretaceous and surviving the extinction that killed the non-avian dinosaurs. The Jurassic seas were also teeming with life. The ichthyosaurs, which had appeared in the Triassic, they were abundant and diverse. These marine reptiles looked remarkably like dolphins, with streamlined bodies, tail flukes, and dorsal fins. They were fast swimmers and efficient predators, feeding on fish and squid. Plesiosaurs were also common. These reptiles had four paddle-like flippers and came in two main forms: long-necked plesiosaurs, which used their long necks to catch fish, and short-necked plesiosaurs, which were massive predators with enormous heads and powerful jaws. Chronosaurs, a plesiosaurs from the Cretaceous, had a skull over 2 meters long. What? These animals were the top predators of the Mesozoic seas, capable of hunting large prey, including other marine reptiles. And there were crocodilomorphs, relatives of the modern crocodiles, living in both freshwater and marine environments. Some were fully marine, fish were diverse in the Jurassic period. Ray-finned fish continued to diversify, and the sharks were abundant. Hypotus, a shark with a spine in front of its dorsal fin, was common in the Jurassic seas. Ammonites, shelled cephalopods related to modern nautilus, were also diverse and abundant. These animals, which had nearly gone extinct at the end of the Permian, had recovered and diversified in the Triassic and Jurassic, evolving into hundreds of species with shells ranging from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameters. On land, other groups were diversifying along the dinosaurs. Pterosaurs, which had appeared in the Triassic, became more diverse in the Jurassic. Rhamphorhynchus had a long tail and sharp teeth, probably feeding on fish. Pterodactylus was one of the short-tailed pterosaurs, a group that would become dominant in the Cretaceous. Mammals remained small and mostly nocturnal, but they were also diversifying to be important. By the Jurassic period, there were several distinct lineages of mammals, some of which would survive to the present day. The insects, by the way, were also abundant and diverse. Many modern insect orders appeared in the Jurassic or earlier, and the first social insects, ancestors of modern ants and bees, may have evolved in the Jurassic, though the evidence is limited. The Jurassic is sometimes romanticized as a peaceful time, a world of gentle giants grazing in lush forests. But it was also a world of predators and prey, of competition and survival, of evolutionary innovation and ecological complexity. Sauropods may have been enormous, but they had to contend with predators like allosaurs. They had to find enough food to fuel their massive bodies. They had to reproduce, laying eggs and raising young in the world full of danger. And they also had to compete with each other, different species occupying different niches, feeding at different heights, eating different types of vegetation. The Jurassic world was dynamic, ever-changing, driven by the same forces of evolution and ecology that shape the ecosystems today. As we close this episode, let us marvel at the giants of the Jurassic. Sauropods were the largest land animals ever to exist, and they will exceeded the biomechanical constraints on size, the need to support weight, to pump blood to great heights, to obtain enough food, all place limits on how large a land animal can grow. The sauropods pushed those limits to their maximum. They were as large as physics and biology would allow, and for over 100 million years they thrived, dominating terrestrial ecosystems across the globe. But their time wasn't eternal. The Jurassic would give way to the Cretaceous. Sauropods would decline in some regions, though they remained diverse in the others, and new groups of dinosaurs would rise to prominence. In the next episode, we will explore the Cretaceous, the final period of the Age of Dinosaurs. We will see the evolution of new groups, the flowering plants that would transform terrestrial ecosystems, and the diverse assemblage of dinosaurs that would populate the late Cretaceous period. The Jurassic giants will give way to new forms, but the Age of Dinosaurs will continue, reaching its peak in diversity and abundance. The best, in a sense, is yet to come. This is the end of episode 23. For all who listened to until this period, thank you for listening to my content, and stay here in a few seconds. In a few seconds, episode 24 will start. Thank you. I love you so much. Bye. More dinosaur stories. Yeah, that's right. Hello, dear listener. Storytell Guru here, and welcome in the episode 24, which is called the Cretaceous World. Without further ado, let's start. Walk through a forest in the late Cretaceous, 70 million years ago. The air is warm and humid, filled with the buzz of insects and the call of birds. Flowering plants bloom in the understory, their bright colors attracting pollinators. Trees draped with vines could reach towards the sky. The forest floor is thick with fallen leaves and the detritus of life. And moving through this forest are dinosaurs, a herd of Triceratops, massive three-horned herbivores, browses on low-growing vegetation. A pack of velociraptors stalks through the undergrowth, their keen eyes searching for prey. And somewhere in the distance, diversity and abundance, and of the world that existed just before the extinction. The Cretaceous began in the aftermath of the Jurassic, with dinosaurs already well established as the dominant terrestrial vertebrates. But the world of the early Cretaceous was different from the late Jurassic in important ways. Pangea, which had begun breaking apart in the Jurassic, continued to fragment. By the mid-Cretaceous, the supercontinent had split into several major land masses. Laurasia, consisting of North America, Europe, and Asia, drifted north. Gondwana, consisting of South America, Africa, India, and Australia, and Antarctica, by the way, continued to break apart south. The South Atlantic Ocean widened, separating South America from Africa. India began its long journey north toward Asia. Australia and Antarctica remained connected, but they were isolated from other land masses. This fragmentation created geographic barriers that affected the distribution and evolution of life. Dinosaur faunas on different continents began to diverge, with unique species and even more unique groups evolving in isolation. The climate of the Cretaceous was warm, even warmer than the Jurassic in some periods. There were no polar ice caps. Forests grew within the Arctic Circle. Sea levels were high, among the highest in Earth's history, flooding large areas of the continents and creating extensive shallow seas. These shallow epicontinental seas were highly productive, supporting abundant marine life, and they left behind thick layers of chalk, the white limestone that gives the Cretaceous its name. Chalk is made of calcium carbonate, shells of tiny marine organisms called coccolithophores, which bloomed in the warm Cretaceous seas. The most significant development of the Cretaceous, at least from the perspective of modern ecosystems, was the evolution of flowering plants or angiosperms. Flowering plants first appeared in the early Cretaceous, around 130 million years ago. The oldest known angiosperm fossils are simple, small plants, but they possess the defining features of the group: flowers for sexual reproduction and fruits for seed dispersal. Flowers allowed for more efficient pollination instead insects or eventually birds that would carry the pollen from one flower to another. This allowed for more targeted reproduction and facilitated speciation. Fruits protected the seeds and they aided in dispersal. Animals eating fruits would carry seeds away from the parent plants and deposit them in new locations, often with a convenient package of fertilizer. These innovations, flowers and fruits, gave angiosperms enormous advantage. They diversified explosively, spreading across the globe and transforming terrestrial ecosystems. By the late Cretaceous, flowering plants were the dominant vegetation in many areas. There were angiosperms that resembled modern magnolias, water lilies, and sycamores. There were early relatives of palms and laurels, and there were grasses, which would become incredibly important later, but were just beginning to evolve in the Cretaceous. The rise of flowering plants created new ecological opportunities. Insects that fed on angiosperms diversified, evolving specialized mouthparts and behaviors. Herbivorous dinosaurs adapted to feed on this new vegetation, and the forest structure changed, with flowering plants creating a complex understory beneath the canopy of conifers and other gymnosperms. Dinosaurs in the Cretaceous were more diverse than in any other period. Many of the dinosaurs we think of as iconic, T-Rex, Triceratops, Velociraptor, they all lived in the late Cretaceous. Theropods, the carnivorous dinosaurs, ranged from tiny, bird-like predators to massive apex predators. Tyrannosaurus rex, which lived in North America in the very latest Cretaceous, was one of the largest land predators ever, with a skull over 1.5 meters long and teeth the size of bananas. The T-Rex was a powerful predator, capable of crushing bone with its bites. Whether it was primarily a hunter or a scavenger is still debated, but it was certainly capable of both. Other large theropods included Giganotosaurus and Gargantosaurus, which lived in South America and Africa, respectively, and may have been even larger than T-Rex. And there were smaller theropods, the Dromaeosaurus or raptors, like Velociraptor or Deinonychus. These were Despite their fearsome reputation in popular culture, most raptors were quite small, about the size of a large dog or smaller. The duck-billed dinosaurs, or hadrosaurs, were the most diverse herbivores of the late Cretaceous. They had hundreds of small teeth arranged in dental batteries that allowed them to efficiently chew tough plant material. Many hadrosaurs had elaborate crests on their heads, which may have been used for display or for making sounds. Ceratopsians, the horned dinosaurs, were also common in the late Cretaceous, at least in North America and Asia. The Triceratops is also famous with its three horns and large bony frill, but there were many other ceratopsians with diverse horn and frill configurations. Ankylosaurs, a heavily armored dinosaur with a club-like tail, lived in the late Cretaceous. It was built like a tank, with thick armor plates covering its body and a massive tail club that could be swung as a weapon. Sauropods, the giants of the Jurassic, declined in some regions during the Cretaceous, but remained diverse in others, particularly in South America. Argentinosaurus, one of the largest dinosaurs ever discovered, lived in South America in the mid-Cretaceous. Birds, which had evolved from theropod dinosaurs in the Jurassic, they diversified in the Cretaceous. By the late Cretaceous, there were many bird lineages, some with teeth and some without, some that could fly well and others that were more terrestrial. Pterosaurs also reached their peak in the Cretaceous. Quetzalcoatlus, one of the largest flying animals ever, had a wingspan of over 10 meters. Despite its enormous size, it probably weighed only about 200 kilograms, with hollow bones and lightly built skeleton. Quetzalcoatlus and other large pterosaurs probably fed on fish or scavenged carrion. How they became airborne is still uncertain. They may have launched themselves off cliffs, or they may have used their powerful forelimbs to pole vault into the air. In the oceans, marine reptiles continue to dominate. Mosasaurs, large marine lizards, appeared in the mid-Cretaceous and quickly became top predators. Some mosasaurs exceeded 15 meters in length, rivaling modern great white sharks. Plesiosaurs and plesiosaurs remained common, and sharks continued to evolve. Modern shark families began to appear in the Cretaceous, with some Cretaceous sharks were enormous. Megalodon's ancestors lived in the Cretaceous seas. Ammonites reached their peak diversity in the Cretaceous, with thousands of species. Their coiled shells are among the most common fossils from this period, and there were bony fish of many types, including early relatives of modern fish families. The ancestors of salmon, bass, and many other familiar fish, they all lived in the Cretaceous waters. Mammals remained small throughout most of the Cretaceous, still living in the shadows of the dinosaurs. But they were diversifying, yes. By the late Cretaceous, there were several distinct groups of mammals, including marsupials and placentals, the two groups that would later dominate in different parts of the world. Some Cretaceous mammals were specialized. Rapinomamus from China was one of the largest Mesozoic animals, about the size of a badger, and it may have occasionally fed on small dinosaurs. Fossils have been found with baby dinosaur bones in the stomach cavity, but most mammals were much smaller, mouse-sized or rat-sized, nocturnal, insectivorous. They were waiting for their opportunity But for now, let us appreciate the Cretaceous world for what it was, the peak of dinosaur diversity, a time when reptiles ruled the land, sea, and air, when ecosystems were as complex as any that have existed, when life had reached the pinnacle of abundance and variety. The Cretaceous was the last chapter in the age of dinosaurs, and it was a spectacular one, a chapter full of giants and predators, of bizarre forms and beautiful adaptations. It was a world we can barely imagine, but one that we are fortunate to glimpse over fossils, to glimpse through fossils, through the remains of creatures that lived and died millions of years before humans existed. In the next episode, you as a listener, you will get a slight tease. We will witness together the end of that world. We will see the asteroid fall from the sky, the impact that shook the planet, the darkness that followed. We will see the extinction of the dinosaurs and the survival of the new species that would give rise to the modern world. The Cretaceous is at its peak, but the clock is ticking. The asteroid is on its way, and nothing will ever be the same. This is the end of episode 24. Thank you, dear listener, for staying with me, and I hope you're enjoying. In a few seconds, the next episode will start, so stay here. I love you so much. Bye. And now we've came to the interesting part. Well, the most interesting part. Welcome, dear listener, and this is gonna be the episode 25, called The Asteroid, End of an Era. So, let's go. I'm excited. 66 million years ago, on an ordinary day in the late Cretaceous, the world was thriving. Dinosaurs grazed in the forests and the plains. Marine reptiles hunted in shallow seas. Pterosaurs soared overhead. Life was abundant, diverse, successful, and then, without warning, the sky lit up. A rock from space, 6 miles wide, traveling at tens of thousands of miles per hour, tore through the atmosphere and struck the shallow sea off the coast of what would one day be the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. The impact released energy equivalent to 10 billion Hiroshima bombs. It vaporized the asteroid itself, along with thousands discovered, and it marked the end of the Cretaceous period, the end of the Mesozoic era, and the end of the dinosaurs. This is the story of that day, of what happened when the asteroid struck, of the catastrophes that followed, of how life managed to survive Earth's most recent mass extinction. The asteroid that killed the dinosaurs had been traveling through space for billions of years. It may have originated in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, perturbed from its orbits by gravitational interactions, and sent on a collision course with Earth as it approached our planet. It was invisible by any observer. No dinosaur looked up and saw death falling from the sky. The asteroid was dark, small against the vastness of space, and moving too far to be seen until it was too late. When it hit the atmosphere, it compressed the air in front of it, hitting it to thousands of degrees. The asteroid itself began to hit from friction, glowing red, then white, and then, in a fraction of a second, it struck the shallow sea off Mexico's coast. The first effect was the fireball. The kinetic energy of the impact was converted to heat instantly. The asteroid vaporized. The rock at the impact site vaporized. A column of superheated vapor and debris shot upward, plunging through the atmosphere and into space. This fireball was visible from across half the planet, a light brighter than 1,000 suns, illuminating the sky for minutes. The animals that saw it directly may have been blinded, and the heat from the fireball ignited fires hundreds or even thousands of miles from the impact sites. The second effect was the shock wave. The impact sent a pressure wave radiating outward at supersonic speed, flattening forests, pulverizing rock, killing every large animal within hundreds of miles. The shockwave traveled through the Earth's crust as seismic waves, creating earthquakes stronger than any in human history. These earthquakes triggered landslides, avalanches, and tsunamis. The third effect was the ejecta. Thousands of cubic miles of rock Within minutes, as molten rock droplets that rained across North America. This ejecta rain was devastating. The molten droplets heated the atmosphere as they fell, creating a pulse of intense heat that may have raised air temperatures to oven-like levels, at least briefly. The forests ignited spontaneously. Animals were not killed by the initial blast or the shockwave, were burned alive, but much of the ejecta went higher into the stratosphere and beyond. This fine dust and soot spread across the globe, carried by high-altitude winds. Within days, the entire planet was shrouded in darkness. The fourth effect was the mega tsunami. The impact occurred in shallow water, and it displaced an enormous volume of seawater, of waves hundreds of feet high, radiated outward from the impact site, crashing onto coasts thousands of miles away. These tsunamis scoured coastlines, destroying coastal ecosystems, carrying marine sediments far inland. The evidence of these tsunamis has been found as far away as New Jersey and Texas, in the form of deposits of seashells and marine sand mixed with the debris from the impact. The fifth effect was the darkness. The dust and the soot in the atmosphere blocked sunlight. Photosynthesis stopped or slowed dramatically. The temperatures dropped. This impact winter lasted months or perhaps years. Without photosynthesis, primary producers died. Phytoplankton in the ocean, plants on land, all were affected. And as the base of the food web collapsed, the entire ecosystem collapsed with it. Herbivores starved. Carnivores with no prey starved. Scavengers may have survived a bit longer, feeding on the dead, but eventually they too died. The sixth effect was the acid rain. The impact vaporized rocks containing sulfur, creating sulfuric acid in the atmosphere. This acid fell for months, acidifying soils and surface waters, killing plants and aquatic organisms. And there may have been additional effects. The impact may have triggered the volcanism, though this is debated. It certainly disrupted climate, and the effects may have persisted for decades or even centuries. In short, the Chicxulub impact was the global catastrophe on a scale difficult to comprehend. It did not kill everything instantly, but it created conditions that made survival impossible for also went extinct. Not a single pterosaur species survived. Marine reptiles, the mosasaurs and plesiosaurs that had dominated Mesozoic seas, went extinct. The oceans, which had been filled by large marine predators for the entire Mesozoic, were suddenly empty of reptiles. Ammonites, which had been abundant and diverse throughout the Mesozoic, they went extinct. These shelled cephalopods, which had survived earlier mass extinctions, couldn't survive this one, and countless other species of fish and mollusks and plants and insects disappeared. The extinction wasn't selective. It hit marine and terrestrial ecosystems. It killed large animals and small animals. It affected every continent and every ocean. But some organisms survived, and understanding who survived and why is crucial to understand the extinction. Birds survived. Not all bird species, but enough to preserve the lineages. The birds that survived were probably small, probably ground-dwelling, and probably generalists that could eat a variety of foods, including seeds. Small mammals survived. Again, not all the species, but enough. Mammals were small, nocturnal, and probably able to shelter in burrows or other protected locations. They could eat a variety of foods, including insects, seeds, and carrion. Crocodiles and their relatives survived. These animals, semi-aquatic and cold-blooded, could tolerate long periods without food, and they could retreat to water when fires raged on land. Turtles survived. Frogs and salamanders and other amphibians survived. Fish survived, though many species went extinct, and many invertebrates survived, including insects, spiders, and various marine organisms. The pattern of survival suggests several factors were important. The small size was advantageous, probably because small animals need less food and can shelter more easily. Aquatic or semi-aquatic lifestyles were advantageous, providing refuge from the fires and temperature extremes, and the ability to eat a variety of foods was crucial. Specialists, animals that depended on particular food sources, were more likely to go extinct Above it, there are none. The boundary is sharp, dramatic, undeniable. The age of dinosaurs ended, and the age of mammals began. In the immediate aftermath, the world was devastated. The forests were burned, ecosystems were simplified. The few survivors lived in a harsh, depleted environment. But their recovery began almost immediately. Within a few thousand years, plants were regrowing. Within tens of thousands of years, ecosystems were beginning to recover, and within a few million years, biodiversity had rebounded, though the species were different. Mammals, which had been small and insignificant for over 150 million years, they began to diversify, and with the dinosaurs gone, the ecological niches were open, and mammals filled them, evolving into herbivores and carnivores, into burrowers and climbers, and eventually into the diverse assemblage we see today. The birds also diversified, evolving into the 10,000s or so species alive today, from hummingbirds to ostriches, and new groups appeared or became more important. Flowering plants, which had evolved in the Cretaceous, became even more dominant. Grasses spread across the continents, and the forest of Cenozoic, the age of mammals, they looked very different from the forest of the Mesozoic. The Chicxulub impact was a catastrophe, but it was also an opportunity. It cleared away the dominant groups, allowing new experiments in evolution, new radiations in diversity. Without the impact, the mammals might have remained small and nocturnal indefinitely. Dinosaurs might still rule the world, and humans, mammals ourselves, would have never evolved. This is not to say that the impact was good. This is not to say that the impact was good. It was a tragedy, the destruction of ecosystems that had flourished for millions of years. But it reminds us that evolution doesn't have a direction, doesn't favor any particular group. It simply responds to conditions, filling niches, and adapting to environments. And when those environments change catastrophically, when an asteroid falls from the sky, evolution starts again with whoever survives. As we close this episode, take a moment to imagine that day 66 million years ago, that flash of light. I don't need to imagine, I know that flash of light. Shout out to Cell to Singularity game. inhospitable. But we know we can read the rocks, interpret the fossils, reconstruct the catastrophe, and we can learn from it. Understand that our own world is fragile. The catastrophes can happen. The extinction, that extinction isn't an abstraction, but a real possibility. The dinosaurs ruled for 160 million years, and then, in an instant, they were gone. In the next episode, we will see what rose from their ashes. We will meet the mammals that inherited the earth, the primates that would evolve from those early survivors, and eventually the humans who would come to dominate the planet in ways no species has ever in ways no species ever had before. The age of dinosaurs is over. The age of mammals is beginning. And the story of Earth continues, ever changing, ever evolving, always surprising. This is the end of episode 25. It was really nice to find out about the asteroid. Thank you for everyone who's been listening to me, and stay here in a few seconds. Another episode will come. I love you so much. Bye. The life after the dinosaurs is coming to the scene. Hello, dear listener. Welcome to a new episode. This is gonna be the episode 26, which is called Mammals Inherit the Earth. So I'm very excited to talk with you about this. Let's get to it. In the darkness after the impact, and in the ash-covered landscape of the early Paleocene, a small mammal emerges from its burrow. It is about the size of a rat, with long snout, sharp teeth, and a nervous, darting manner. It sniffs the air, alert, alert for danger, though most of the predators are gone now, killed by the catastrophe. The mammal is hungry. It scurries across the barren ground, searching for seeds, insects, anything edible. Life is harsh in this devastated world, but the life persists. And for this small mammal and its descendants, the opportunity beckons. The dinosaurs are gone. Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately. The pterosaurs are gone also. The marine reptiles are gone also. The ecological niches they occupied are empty, waiting to be filled. And mammals, which had spent over 160 million years in the shadows, are about to step into the light. This is the beginning of the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals as it's called. from shrews to whales, from bats to elephants, from primates to humans. This is the story about that diversification of how mammals inherit the earth and transformed it. The Paleocene epoch, the first division of the Cenozoic era, lasted from 66 million years ago to 56 million years ago. It was the time of recovery and renewal, a time when life was rebuilding after the catastrophe. The early Paleocene world was warm, but not as warm as the Cretaceous has been. Carbon dioxide levels, which had been high in the Cretaceous, dropped somewhat after the impact, as weathering of impact debris consumed atmospheric CO2. Vegetation recovered relatively quickly. Within a few thousand years, forests were regrowing. Flowering plants, which had been successful in the Cretaceous, they became even more dominant. Ferns, which can reproduce from spores and colonize disturbed areas quickly, were very much abundant in the early Paleocene. As the plants recovered, herbivores followed. The early Paleocene mammals were small, most weighing less than 10 kgs. They were probably generalists, eating a variety of plant material, insects, and small animals. But what's most important is that within a few million years, the mammals began to diversify. Different lineages specialized, some becoming herbivores, others carnivores, still others insectivores or omnivores. One of the first major groups to diversify were the multituberculates, rodent-like mammals that had actually evolved in the Jurassic and had survived the extinction. Multituberculates were successful in the Paleocene and Eocene, filling niches similar to modern rodents, but they eventually went extinct, outcompeted by the true rodents and other groups. Placental mammals, the group that includes most modern mammals, such as humans, also, most important, they began their great diversification in the Paleocene. Within 10 million years of the extinction, many of the major orders of placental mammals had appeared. They were early primates, small, tree-dwelling animals that were probably insectivorous. These early primates, like Purgatorius, were not much like modern primates. They lacked the forward-facing eyes, opposable thumbs, and large brains that characterizes ancestor from which all primates, including humans, as I told you, would descend. There were early rodents, which would become the most diverse group of mammals, with over 2,000 species today. There were early carnivores, ancestor of modern dogs, cats, and bears. And there were early ungulates, hoofed mammals that would diversify into the horses, cows, deer, and other herbivores. Marsupials, mammals that raised their young in pouches, also survived the extinction and diversified in South America and Australia, which were isolated from the other continents. The marsupials became the dominant mammals, evolving into the forms similar to placental mammals elsewhere. There were marsupial carnivores, marsupial herbivores, and marsupial omnivores. In the oceans, mammals were beginning to return. The earliest cetaceans, the ancestors of modern whales and dolphins, appeared in the late Paleocene and early Eocene. These early whales weren't fully aquatic. Pachycetus, one of the earliest, looked more like a large otter or dog, with 4 legs and a long tail. But over the next few million years, the whales would evolve fully aquatic body forms, losing their hind legs, developing flippers, and becoming the largest animals on Earth. The Eocene epoch, from 56 to 34 million years ago, was the warmest period of the Cenozoic. Carbon dioxide levels were high, perhaps 3 to 4 times higher than pre-industrial levels. There were no ice caps, even at the poles. Forests grew in Antarctica. Crocodiles and palm trees lived in the Arctic. This hothouse climate supported lush vegetation and abundant animal life. The mammals diversified extensively during the Eocene, reaching peak diversity in many groups. The primates were particularly diverse and successful in the Eocene. There were many species of lemur-like and tarsier-like primates living in the forests across North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. Darwinius, a well-preserved fossil from Germany, shows a primate about the size of a small monkey, with grasping hands, forward-facing eyes, and a long tail. The horses also diversified in the Eocene, though early horses looked very different size of a small dog, with 4 toes on its front feet and 3 on its back feet. It lived in forests and browsed on leaves, not grazing on grass like the modern horses do. Over millions of years, the horses would evolve to become larger, with longer legs for running and fewer toes. Eventually, they would have just one toe per foot, the hoof, and they would become grazing animals living in the open grasslands. But in the Eocene, they were small forest browsers. The bats, the only mammals capable of true powered flight, appeared in the early Eocene. The oldest bat fossils from Wyoming show animals that already looked very much like modern bats, with elongated fingers, supporting wing membranes, and sophisticated echolocation abilities. The evolution of flight in bats allowed them to exploit insect prey at night when the birds are inactive, and bats became incredibly successful, diversifying into over 1,000 species, the most second diverse order of mammals after rodents. The whales continue to evolve in the Eocene. Ambulocetus, a traditional form from Pakistan, could both walk on land and swim. It probably lived like a crocodile, hunting in water, but coming ashore to rest. Later, whales, like Basilosaurus, were fully aquatic, with tiny vestigial hind legs and streamlined body adapted for swimming. By the end of the Eocene, whales went fully marine, and they would never return to land. But the warm Eocene climate didn't just last forever. Around 34 million years ago, at the Eocene-Oligocene boundary, the climate began to cool down. Ice sheets formed in Antarctica. Ocean currents changed as Antarctica became isolated from the other continents. Surrounded by the circumpolar current that prevented warm water from reaching the pole. This cooling, called the Eocene-Oligocene extinction event, caused significant changes in ecosystems. Many tropical and subtropical species went extinct or retreated to lower latitudes. Forests gave way Ice sheets waxed and waned, sea levels dropped, and the mammals adapted. Many lineages that had been successful in the warm Eocene declined or went extinct. New groups adapted to cooler, drier conditions and evolved. Grasses, which had appeared in the Cretaceous but had been relatively uncommon, they began to spread by the late Oligocene and into the Miocene. Grasslands were extensive in many parts of the world. The spread of grasslands had profound effects on mammalian evolution. Grazing animals with teeth adapted for eating tough grass became more common. Horses evolving high crown teeth that could withstand the wear from silica-rich glass. Bovids, the group that includes cattle, antelope, and bison, they diversified, and predators adapted to hunting on open plains rather than in forests. Faster running speeds, better endurance, cooperative hunting strategies, all evolved in response to the new environment. By the Miocene epoch, from 23 million years ago to 5 million years ago, the modern mammal fauna was largely in place. Most of the families we see today had evolved then, though often in forms quite different from modern species. There were saber-toothed cats, predators with enormously elongated canine teeth used for stabbing prey. Smilodon, the most famous saber-toothed cat, lived in the Americas and persisted until about 10,000 years ago. But there were saber-toothed cats throughout the Miocene and Pliocene. There were elephants and their relatives, including gomphotheres, mastodons, and mammoths. These animals, members of the order Proboscidea, were diverse and widespread, living on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. There were giant ground sloths, enormous relatives of the modern tree sloths, some weighing several tons. These animals lived in the Americas and survived until the end of the last ice age. And there were many groups that have since gone extinct, but that were important in the Miocene ecosystems. Chalicotheres, odd-looking herbivores with claws instead of hooves. Entelodonts, giant pig-like predators, and many others. Primates continued to evolve and diversify. The first apes appeared in the early Miocene in These early apes were tree-dwelling fruit eaters, but some lineages would later adapt to life on ground. By the late Miocene, around 7 million years ago, the lineage leading to humans had split from the lineage leading to chimpanzees. The earliest members of the human lineage, the hominins, were probably still tree-dwelling, but they were beginning the long evolutionary journey that would lead to bipedalism, large brains, and eventually to modern humans. The Pliocene and the Pleistocene periods, the most recent epochs, okay, saw the rise of the hominins and the ice ages that would shape the modern world. But those are stories for next episodes. As we close this episode, let us appreciate the incredible diversity that mammals achieved in 66 million years since the extinction of the dinosaurs. From tiny shrews to 100-ton whales, from bats to elephants to humans, the mammals have explored nearly every possible way of living. They have returned to the sea, becoming whales and seals and sea lions. They have taken the air, becoming bats. They have burrowed underground, climbed trees, run across open plains, and adapted to every climate from tropical rainforests to Arctic tundra. And they have developed behaviors and cognitive abilities that rival or exceed any other group. Social structures, communication systems, tool use, culture, all have evolved in various mammal lineages. The age of mammals isn't over. We are still in it. And mammals, including humans, continue to shape the planet in profound ways. In the next episode, we will turn to the Ice Age, the cycles of glaciation and warming that have characterized the last few million years. We will see how these climate swings shaped the mammal evolution and created the world into which humans would emerge. The mammals have inherited the earth, and they have made it their own. This is the end of episode 26. Thank you for anyone who is listening until this time. In a few seconds, a new episode will start. Thank you, and I love you so much. Wow, episode 27. I cannot believe it. Welcome, dear listener. And this is the episode 27 of my documentary for the Earth journey through time. And stay with me. I'm excited, as are you, to find out what's gonna happen in the Eocene greenhouse. Let's go. 50 million years ago,
snow ice caps at the poles. A forest of palms and cycads grew within the Arctic Circle. Today, where today only tundra and ice exist. Crocodiles swam in the river in Wyoming. Tapirs and early primates lived in what is now the Canadian Arctic. The oceans were warm, with tropical conditions extending far into what are now temperate zones. Sea levels were high, floating coastal areas and creating shallow epicontinental seas. And the climate was stable, with little seasonal variation even in high latitudes. This was the Eocene greenhouse, the warmest sustained climate of the Cenozoic era. For about 20 million years, from roughly 56 to 34 million years, the Earth experienced temperatures significantly higher than today, perhaps 8 to 15 degrees Celsius warmer on average. This wasn't a brief warm spell or an anomaly. This was a long-term climatic state, a hothouse that persisted for millions of years, and it was caused by a combination of factors: high carbon dioxide levels, different ocean circulation patterns, and the configuration of the continents. This is the story of the Eocene greenhouse, of what caused it, what life was like during this warm period, and how it came to an end. To understand the Eocene climate, what's most important that first we must understand the geography of that time. The continents had been drifting since the breakup of Pangaea in the Mesozoic, and by the Eocene they were approaching their modern positions, but not quite there yet. North America and Europe were still connected in the far north, across what would become the Atlantic. This allowed animals and plants to migrate between the continents, creating similar faunas and floras in the both regions. India, which had been part of Gondwana, was moving rapidly northward. If had not yet collided with Asia, which would happen later in the Eocene. But it was getting close, and when the collision occurred, it would push up the Himalayas and change climate patterns across Asia. Australia was still connected to Antarctica, though the connection was tenuous and would soon break. Antarctica itself was positioned over the South Pole, but it was not yet covered in ice. It was forested, warm, a home to diverse animal life. South America was isolated from North America, separated by the Caribbean Sea. This isolation had allowed unique mammal faunas to evolve on each continent. atmosphere. Estimates suggest CO2 concentrations were perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 parts per million, compared to the pre-industrial levels of about 280 parts per million. These high CO2 levels created a strong greenhouse effect, trapping heat and keeping the planet warm even at high latitudes where sunlight was weak during winter months. But where did all the carbon dioxide come from? Several sources likely contributed. Volcanic activity was relatively high. Volcanic activity was relatively high in the Eocene, particularly in regions where tectonic plates were spreading or colliding. Volcanoes release CO2 and sustained volcanism over millions of years can significantly increase atmospheric concentrations. Weathering rates may also have been lower than today. Weathering, which is the process of breaking down the rock by chemical and physical processes, consumes CO2 from the atmosphere. If the weathering was slow, perhaps because if weathering was slow, perhaps because much of the land was low-lying, or because there were fewer mountains to provide fresh rock surfaces from, then and only then CO2 could accumulate. And there may have been releases of carbon from other sources. Methane hydrates, frozen deposits of methane on the seafloor. They can release methane if the ocean temperatures rise. Said methane is a potent greenhouse gas that can further warm the climate. At the beginning of the Eocene, about 56 million years ago, there was a dramatic warming event called Paleocene-Eocene Thermal Maximum, or PETM. In just a few thousand years, global temperatures spiked by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. This rapid warming was probably caused by a massive release of carbon into the atmosphere and the oceans, probably from said methane hydrates or from volcanic activity. The PETM lasted for 100 to 200,000 years before temperatures gradually returned to the pre-spike levels. But even after the PETM, the Eocene remained very warm, warmer than any other time in the Cenozoic. Life in the Eocene was adapted to this warm climate. The forests were lush and extensive, covering most of the land. In the tropics and subtropics, rainforests were dense and diverse, home to countless species of plants, insects, birds, and mammals. At higher latitudes, the forests were still present but were composed of different species. Deciduous trees, which lose their leaves in winter, were common in the regions function in daylight. Even if the temperatures remained mild and coniferous forests grew at the highest latitudes in the polar regions. Antarctica, positioned over the South Pole, was forested with southern beech, conifers, and ferns. It had a temperate climate similar to modern New Zealand or Tasmania, and it was home to marsupials, monotremes, and other animals that would later become isolated on Australia when the continents separated. The oceans of the Eocene were warm and highly productive. Coral reefs flourished at higher latitudes than they do today. Foraminifera, tiny shelled organisms, were abundant and diverse, and larger marine animals, including early whales, sharks, and bony fish. All those animals were thriving. The warm ocean temperatures had important effects on the ocean circulation. Today, cold, dense water forms at the poles and sinks, driving deep ocean currents that transport heat and nutrients around the globe. This thermohaline circulation, sometimes called the ocean conveyor belt, is crucial for climate and marine ecosystems. But in the Eocene, with warm poles, thermohaline circulation was weaker or absent. Interesting. Water didn't cool and sink at the poles. Instead, ocean circulation was driven primarily by wind and by differences in salinity. This meant that the deep ocean was warmer and more poorly oxygenated than today. In some regions, the deep oceans may have been nearly anoxic, with low oxygen levels that limited the animals that could live there. The mammals, as we discussed in the previous episodes, were diversifying rapidly in the Eocene. Primates were particularly successful, living in forests across North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. These Eocene primates were diverse, ranging from small lemur-like animals to larger monkey-like forms. They were primarily arboreal, living on trees and feeding on fruits, leaves, and insects. The Eocene also saw the evolution of many modern mammal groups: horses, elephants, bats, whales, and many other first appeared or diversified significantly during this time. The birds were also diverse in the Eocene. Many modern bird orders had already evolved, and fossils from this period show that birds adapted to a wide range of lifestyles, from seabirds to forest just in the tropics, but in the temperate regions as well. Turtles, snakes, and lizards were diverse, and there were giant birds, flightless predators that occupied ecological niches similar to those held by large carnivorous mammals today. Castornis, a bird over 2 meters tall and a massive beak, lived in Europe and North America and may have been predator or an herbivore. Debate continues throughout the scientists. The Eocene world was in many ways a paradise, warm, lush, productive, with abundant life in every environment. But it did not last. Around 40 million years ago, the climate began to cool down. The cooling was gradual at first, barely noticeable over the span of a few million years, but it accelerated. Around 34 million years ago, at the Eocene Oligocene boundary, within a few 100,000 years, the temperatures dropped significantly. Ice sheets formed in Antarctica, and for the first time in tens of millions of years, ocean circulation changed as cold water began to form at the poles and sink, reinvigorating thermohaline circulation. The causes of this cooling are complex. The collision of India with Asia was pushing up the Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. This uplift created weathering rates, and fresh rock surfaces were exposed to rain and chemical breakdown. The weathering consumes CO2, as we said before, drawing out the weathering consumes CO2, drawing out of the atmosphere and locking it away in carbonate minerals. The opening of the Drake Passage, the gap between the South American Antarctica, allowed the Antarctic Circumpolar Current to form. This current isolates Antarctica from warm water, allowing it to cool and for ice sheets to form, and volcanic activity may have decreased, reducing the input of CO2 to the atmosphere. Whatever the combination of causes, the result was clear. The greenhouse ended. The Ice Age, which would characterize the rest of the Cenozoic, it began. The transition wasn't any kind of smooth. There were extinctions, particularly of tropical and subtropical species that could not adapt to cooler temperatures. Forest retreated towards the equator. Grasslands expanded in many regions, and mammals adapted. Some lineages went extinct. Others evolved new features to cope with cooler, drier climates. Eocene and the later epochs. As we close this episode, let us reflect on what the Eocene greenhouse told us about the climate and about life. The Eocene has shown that the Earth can be much warmer than it is today, and that life can thrive under such conditions. But it also shows that warm climates have consequences. Sea levels rise, and with that, the coastal areas are flooded. Ocean circulation changes, affecting nutrient distribution and productivity. And when climates change, whether warming or cooling down, the life must adapt or die. The Eocene greenhouse ended naturally through geological processes operating over millions of years. But today, we are recreating Eocene-like conditions, releasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at a rate far, far faster than volcanic outgassing ever could. We are unlikely to return to a full Eocene climate in the near future, but we are moving in that direction. And understanding how the Earth responded to high CO2 in the past can help us predict how it will respond to high CO2 in the future. In the next episode, we will turn to the ice ages, the cycles of glaciation that have characterized the Quaternary period. We will see how ice ages waxed and waned, how megafauna evolved and went extinct, and how humans emerged in a world of ice and cold. The greenhouse is over, the ice age has begun, and the world is about to change again. This is the end of episode 27. Thank you for everyone who is listening to my content. Stay here in a few seconds. A new episode is about to start. I love you so much. Bye. Well, this is gonna be the cold one. Welcome, dear listener, and in this video I'm going to present you episode 28, which is called the Ice Age World. I am really excited to find out why it's called like that, and if you are too, stay with me. But first, subscribe to motivate me to bring you more and more stories like this. Okay, let's go. 20,000 years ago, 1/3 of Earth's landmass was covered in ice. Glaciers, a mile thick, blanketed Canada, northern Europe, and large parts of Asia. These ice sheets, flowing slowly under their own weight, carved valleys, gouged lakes, and pushed massive boulders hundreds of miles from their origins. Sea levels were 300 feet lower than today because so much water was locked up in ice. Land bridges connected continents saber-toothed cats with fangs like daggers, cave bears, dire wolves, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers, and many more. This was the last ice age, the world into which modern humans emerged and spread across the globe. It was the world of extremes, of bitter cold and harsh conditions, but also a world of opportunity for those adapted to survive it. This is the story of the ice ages, of the cycle of glaciation and warming that have characterized the last 2.5 million years, and of the fauna that evolved to thrive in this frozen world. The Quaternary period, which includes the Pleistocene and Holocene epochs, began 2.6 million years ago and continues to this present. It's characterized by repeated cycles of glaciations, periods when ice sheets expanded from the poles and high mountains, and interglacial periods when ice retreats to near modern extents. These cycles are driven by subtle changes in Earth's orbit and axial tilt, known as Milankovitch cycles. Earth's orbit varies from nearly circular to slightly elliptical over a cycle of about 100,000 years. The tilt of the Earth's axis varies between 22 and 24.5 degrees over a cycle of 41,000 years, and Earth axis wobbles, completing a full precession cycle every 26,000 years. These orbital variations change the distribution of sunlight on Earth's surface. When the northern hemisphere receives less summer sunlight, snow from winter doesn't fully melt, accumulating year after year. Over thousands of years, this snow compresses into ice, forming glaciers that spread southward. The ice itself amplifies the cooling through the ice albedo effect. White ice reflects more sunlight than dark soil or vegetation, cooling the planet further, allowing ice to expand even more. Eventually, the orbital changes bring more summer sunlight to the northern hemisphere. Ice begins to melt. The feedback reverses, with darker surfaces absorbing more heat, accelerating the warming. Within a few thousand years, the ice sheets retreat to the poles, and periodicity has changed over time. Early Pleistocene glacial cycles occurred every 41,000 years, matching the tilt cycle, but about 1 million years ago. The cycles shifted every 100,000 years, matching the orbital eccentricity cycle. The reasons for this shift are not fully understood, but it may be related to the changes in the ice sheets themselves or to declining carbon dioxide levels that made the climate more sensitive to orbital variations. During glacial periods, the ice sheets expanded massively. The Laurentide ice sheet covered most of the Canada and extended south into the northern United States as far as the modern locations of New York and Chicago. The Cordilleran ice sheets covered the mountains of western North America. The Scandinavian ice sheet covered northern Europe. A smaller ice sheet formed in the Alps. The Himalayas, the Andes, and other mountain ranges. These ice sheets were enormous, comparable in scale to the modern Antarctic ice sheet. The Laurentide ice sheet alone contained enough ice to lower the global sea level by over 100 feet. South of these ice sheets, the climate was cold and dry. Much of what is temperate forest or grassland was tundra or cold steppe, a treeless landscape dominated by grasses, mosses, and low shrubs. These mammoth steppes, as they are called, stretched from Europe to Siberia to North America. They were the habitat for the great herds of megafauna that characterized this ice age. Woolly mammoths, close relatives to modern elephants, they were adapted to the cold with a thick fur, small ears to receive heat loss, and fat reserved to survive the harsh winters. They used their curved tusks to sweep aside snow and reach the vegetation beneath. The mammoths were social animals, living in herds led by matriarchs. Much like modern elephants, they migrated seasonally, following the growth of vegetation, and they played an important role in shaping the landscape by trampling vegetation and spreading seeds. Woolly rhinoceroses with two horns and thick fur also grazed on the mammoth steppe. They were solitary animals, unlike was to push snow aside. Giant ground sloths, which lived in the Americas, were enormous herbivores, some species weighing over 4 tons. They were likely slow-moving, relying on their size for protection from predators. Some ground sloths lived in the open plains, while others lived in forests or even in caves. Saber-toothed cats, primarily Smilodon in the Americas, and related forms elsewhere. They were apex predators. Their enormous canine teeth, up to 7 inches long, were used to deliver devastating stabbing bites to the throats of or bellies of large prey. The function of these fangs has been debated. They were fragile, prone to breaking if they struck bone, but they were effective for slashing soft tissues and causing rapid blood loss. Saber-toothed cats probably hunted large, thick-skinned prey like mammoths or ground sloths, using their fangs to inflict mortal wounds. Dire wolves, larger and more robust than modern gray wolves, they hunted in packs across North America. Cave bears, enormous omnivores, lived in Europe and Asia, hibernating in caves during winter. Giant short-faced bears, the largest mammalian carnivores of the Ice Age, stood over 12 feet tall on their hind legs and may have been primarily scavengers. There were also giant beavers, 8 feet long, that built lodges and dams, much like modern beavers. There were Irish elk, the largest elk that ever lived, with antlers spanning over 12 feet. There were glyptodons, armadillo-like creatures the size of cars, with armored shells and club-like tails. The megafauna of the Ice Age were diverse and spectacular, but they were not evenly distributed. Most of the largest species lived in America, Europe, and Asia. Africa also had megafauna, but though many African species, like elephants and rhinoceroses, survive to the present, Australia had giant marsupials, including Diprotodon, a wombat relative the size of a hippopotamus. Why did the Ice Age produce so many giant animals? Several factors may have contributed. Cold climates favor large body size because larger animals have lower surface area relative to volume, helping them to retain open landscapes of the mammoth steppe may have favored large animals that could migrate long distances or that could defend themselves from predators through size alone. But the Ice Age wasn't static. Glacial and interglacial periods alternated, each lasting tens of thousands of years. During interglacials, the climate warmed, ice sheets retreated, forests expanded, and the megafauna retreated to higher latitudes or went locally extinct. The last interglacial period, about 130,000 years ago, it was warmer than today. Sea levels were higher. Hippos lived in Britain. Elephants lived in southern Europe. And the megafauna of the mammoth steppe retreated north. But then the climate cooled again, initiating the last glacial period, which lasted from 150,000 years ago to 12,000 years ago. This is the Ice Age most familiar to us. The world depicted in Ice Age art, the world into which modern humans evolved and spread. Modern humans, Homo sapiens, evolved in Africa around 300,000 years ago. But for most of our early history, we remained in Africa and the Middle East. It wasn't until about 70,000 years ago that humans began to spread more widely, migrating out of Africa into Asia and Europe. These early humans encountered a world full of megafauna, animals that have never seen humans before and may not have recognized them as threats. Humans also encountered Neanderthals in Europe and Denisovans in Asia, archaic human species that have been living in Eurasia for hundreds of thousands of years. Humans competed with other hominins and eventually replaced them, though not before interbreeding to a limited degree. Today, people of non-African ancestry carry small amounts of Neanderthal DNA, evidence of this ancient contact. As humans spread across the globe, the megafauna began to disappear. In Australia, megafauna went extinct around 45,000 years ago, shortly after humans arrived. In the Americas, most megafauna went extinct before 15,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago. Again, shortly after humans arrived from Asia. In Europe and Asia, the pattern is more complex, with megafauna declining gradually over tens of thousands of years. But even there, most species were gone by the end of the Ice Age, around 12,000 years ago. The causes of This extinction is debated. Climate change, as the Ice Age ended and the world warmed rapidly, certainly played a role. Many species that were adapted to cold, open landscapes could not survive in the warmer, more forested environment of the interglacial. But human hunting almost certainly contributed as well. Humans were efficient hunters, using sophisticated tools and cooperative strategies, and megafauna, which had evolved without human predators, may have been an easy prey. The debate over the cause of megafaunal extinctions continues, but most scientists agree that it was probably a combination of climate change and human impacts, with the relative importance varying in different regions. Whatever the cause, the result was clear. By the end of the Pleistocene, about 12,000 years ago, most of the megafauna were gone. Mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and countless other species had vanished. What remained were smaller animals, more adaptable, more capable of surviving in the changing world. And humans, having contributed to the extinction of the megafauna, were about to undergo their own transformation. The Ice Age was ending. Agriculture was about to be invented. Civilization was about to begin. As we close this episode, let us mourn the loss of the megafauna. These animals were products of millions of years of evolution, adapted to their environments, playing a crucial role in their ecosystem. Their extinction was a loss of biodiversity that has never recovered and never will recover. But let us also recognize that the Ice Age wasn't stable or eternal. It was a fleeting moment in Earth's history, a brief cold snap in an otherwise warm Cenozoic. The megafauna evolved during Ice Age, and when the Ice Age ended, most of them couldn't adapt. This is the way of evolution. Species evolve, thrive for a time, and then disappear, replaced by new species, better adapted to new conditions. The megafauna are gone, but their story, written in fossils and in the landscapes they shaped, endures. In the next episode, we will turn to the human story, to the evolution of our species, our spread across the globe, and our rise from small bands to hunter-gatherers to the dominant force on the planet. The Ice Age is ending. The Holocene, the current epoch, is beginning, and the human age is dawning. This is the end of episode 28. Thank you guys for listening to my content. I love you so much. Bye. Let's go 300,000 years ago. In the grasslands and woodlands of Africa, a new species appeared. They looked much like their ancestors, upright apes with relatively large brains and dexterous hands. But something was different. These apes, Homo sapiens, had slightly larger brains, more gracile skeleton, and perhaps most importantly, more sophisticated cognition. They could plan more effectively. They could communicate more precisely. They could cooperate in larger groups, and they had a capacity for abstract thought, for symbolism, culture that no other species possessed to the same degree. These early humans weren't any numerous. They were just one species among many in the African ecosystems, competing with other animals for food and avoiding predators. There was nothing to suggest that they would have one day dominated the entire planet. But over the next 300,000 years, these apes would spread across the globe, adapting to every environment from the tropical rainforests to Arctic tundra. They would develop language, art, religion, and technology. They would invent agriculture and build cities, and they would become the first species in Earth's history capable of fundamentally altering the planet's climate and ecosystem. This is the human story, our story, the story of how one species of African ape became the dominant force on Earth. The evolution of humans is part of a longer story. The evolution of primates and then of apes. Primates first appeared around 60 million years ago in the Paleocene as small, tree-dwelling insectivores. Over millions of years, they diversified into lemurs, tarsiers, monkeys, and apes. Apes, the group that includes gibbons, orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and humans, first appeared around 20 million years ago in Africa and Asia. Early apes were diverse and widespread, living in forests across Africa, Europe, and Asia. But by the Pliocene, 5 million years ago, apes were in decline in many regions, outcompeted by monkeys and other animals. Most ape species went extinct. What remained were a few lineages in Africa and Asia, including the ancestors of modern apes and humans. The human lineage, the hominins, split from the chimpanzee lineage earliest hominins, like Sahelanthropus and Ororin, were probably still tree-dwelling, much like modern apes, but they showed hints of bipedalism, the ability to walk upright on two legs. Bipedalism is the defining characteristic of hominins. It freed the hands for carrying objects, for tool use, for complex manipulation. It allowed hominins to see over tall grass, to spot predators or prey from a distance, and it was more energy efficient for long distance travel on open ground. Over the next few million years, hominins became increasingly bipedal. Ardipithecus, which lived around 4.4 million years ago, could walk upright, but probably spent significant time in trees. Australopithecus, which appeared around 4 million years ago, was fully bipedal, walking efficiently on the ground, though still capable of climbing. Australopithecines were small, about 4 feet tall, with brains only slightly larger than chimpanzees. They probably lived in mixed woodland and grassland habitats, eating a variety of plant foods and possibly some meat. One famous Australopithecine is Lucy, a skeleton of Australopithecus afarensis discovered in Ethiopia in 1974. Lucy lived around 3.2 million years ago. Her skeleton, about 40% complete, shows evidence of bipedalism. She walked upright on two legs, as much as we do today. Around 2.8 million years ago, the first member of the genus Homo appeared. Homo habilis, the handyman, had a larger brain than Australopithecines and made simple stone tools. These tools, sharp flakes struck from larger rocks, were used to butcher animals and process plant food. Tool use wasn't unique to Homo. Chimpanzees use tools, as do some other animals, but the Homo took tool use to another level, creating standardized tools, passing knowledge from generation to generation, and improving tools over time. Homo erectus, which appeared 2 million years ago, was the first hominin to leave Africa. The fossils of Homo erectus have been found in Asia, from Georgia to China to Indonesia. They were larger, more robust humans with brains about 2/3 the size of modern humans. Homo erectus was the first hominin to control fire, to hunt large game cooperatively, and possibly the first to use language, though this is debated. They survived for over most successful hominin species. By a few hundred thousand years ago, several hominin species coexisted. Homo heidelbergensis, probably the ancestor of both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, lived in Africa and Europe. Homo neanderthalensis, the Neanderthals, lived in Asia, and other species like Homo floresiensis, the hobbit of Indonesia, lived in isolated regions. These different hominin species evolved in isolation, adapting to the local conditions. Neanderthals, for example, evolved in Ice Age Europe, developing stocky builds to conserve heat, large noses to warm cold air, and complex technologies to survive harsh winter. Homo sapiens, modern humans, evolved in Africa around 300,000 years ago. The earliest fossils from Morocco to Ethiopia show modern skull shapes and body proportions, though with some archaic features. For over 200,000 years, Homo sapiens remained in Africa, living alongside other hominin species, hunting, gathering, and slowly developing more sophisticated technologies and behaviors. Then, around 70,000 to 60. Then, around 70,000 years ago to 60,000 years ago, something's changed. And humans developed more complex tools, including projectile weapons like spears, and eventually bows and arrows. They created art, including cave paintings, sculptures, and personal ornaments like beads and pendants. They developed more complex social structures and possibly fully modern language. This period, sometimes called the Cognitive Revolution or the Great Leap Forward, marks the emergence of behaviorally modern humans. Humans whose capabilities were essentially the same as ours today. And these humans began to spread. Small groups migrated out of Africa, crossing the Red Sea into the Middle East. Then spreading across Asia and into Europe. They encountered Neanderthals and Denisovans, sometimes competing, sometimes interbreeding. DNA evidence show that non-African humans carry about 2% Neanderthal DNA, evidence of interbreeding that occurred 50,000 years ago in the Middle East. People of Asian and Oceanic ancestry also carry small amounts of Denisovan DNA. But despite this limited interbreeding, Homo sapiens eventually Neanderthals went extinct around 40,000 years ago. Denisovans disappeared around the same time, though small populations may have survived longer in isolated regions, and other hominin species vanished, leaving Homo sapiens as the only surviving member of the genus Homo. Why did Homo sapiens survive when other hominins did not? That is the question. But the answer is complex and still debated. Homo sapiens may have had cognitive advantages, better language, more flexible thinking, and more sophisticated tools, or they may have been more numerous, outcompeting other species through sheer population size. The climate change and environmental pressures may also have played a role, as may have diseases or violence. Whatever the causes, by 30,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were the only hominins left on Earth. The humans continued to spread. By 45,000 years ago, they reached Australia, crossing open ocean in boats, first evidence of maritime navigation. By 15,000 years ago, they had crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Asia to Americas, spreading rapidly south. By 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, humans were present on every continent except Antarctica, and they were about to undergo another transformation, the invention of agriculture. Around 12,000 years ago in the Middle East, and independently in other regions. It changed human societies fundamentally. Instead of following wild herds and gathering wild plants, humans began to cultivate crops and domesticate animals. Agriculture allowed for larger, more stable populations. It led to permanent settlements, then villages, then towns, then cities. It created food surpluses that could support non-farmers, artisans, priests, rulers, and soldiers. It enabled specialization, trade, and the accumulation of wealth. But agriculture also had costs. It required hard labor. It made populations more vulnerable to crop failures and famines. It led to social hierarchies, inequality, and eventually to war and contest. Despite these costs, agriculture spread rapidly. By 5,000 years ago, the agricultural civilization had arisen in Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, China, Mesoamerica, and the Andes. These civilizations built monuments shaped the modern world. Over the past few thousand years, human populations have grown exponentially. The technology had advanced from stone tools to metal, from bronze to iron to steel, from simple farming to complex industries, from food travel to horses to automobiles to airplanes to spacecraft, and human impact on Earth has grown correspondingly. We have transformed landscapes, cutting down forests, draining wetlands, build, building cities. We have altered the composition of the atmosphere, increasing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. We have driven countless species to extinction and have affected every ecosystem on the planet. We have become a geological force significant enough that scientists have proposed a new epoch, the Anthropocene, the age of humans. As we close this episode, let us reflect on the human journey. From small bands of African apes to a global population of above 8 billion, from stone tools to nuclear weapons to space explorations, from cave paintings to the internet, we have come an extraordinary distance in a short time. We are the only species capable of understanding our own history, of reading the fossil record, of knowing where we came from, and imagining where we might go. We are the only species capable of choosing our future, or shaping our planet intentionally, and that gives us both power and responsibility. We have the power to destroy ecosystems, to drive species extinct, to alter the climate, but we also have power to protect, to conserve, to mitigate our impacts, to build a sustainable future. The choice is ours, and the decisions we make in the coming decades will determine not just the future of humanity, but also the future of life on Earth. In the final episode, we will turn to the Anthropocene, to the present and recent past, to the changes humans have wrought, and to the challenges we face. We will see how our species has become a dominant force on the planet and what that means for the future. The human story isn't over yet. We are still writing it. And the next chapter, the chapter we all are living through now, may be the most important of them all. This is the end of episode 29. Thank you for everyone who's listening. In a few minutes, a new episode is gonna come. Thank you again. I love Welcome, dear listener, and this is the episode 30 of my Earth documentary journey. And this episode is called The Anthropocene, which is equals to Earth in Human Hands. Without further ado, stay with me, and we are going. Stand on a street in any major city. Look around. Concrete and steel buildings stretch to the sky. Cars and buses stream past, powered by the combustion of the ancient carbon. Electric lights illuminate the night. The air carries the hum of machinery, the chemical smells of industry, the sounds of millions of people living in close proximity. This is the modern world, my friend, the world humans have built, and it is utterly like anything that existed before. In a span of just 2 centuries, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, around 1800s, the humans have transformed the surface of the planet more dramatically than any other species in Earth's history. We've cut half of the world's forests. We have converted grasslands and wetlands to farmland. We have built cities that house billions. We have extracted fossil fuels from deep underground and burned them, releasing carbon dioxide that had been locked away for hundreds of millions of years. We have altered the chemistry of the atmosphere and the oceans. We have changed the climate. We have driven species to extinction at rates not seen since the asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs. And we have spread across every continent and ocean, leaving our mark everywhere. This is the Anthropocene, my friend, the age of humans. And this is a story of how we got here, what we've changed, and what it means for the future. The Anthropocene is not yet an official geological epoch. The term was proposed in 2000 by atmospheric chemist Paul Crutzen and has been widely adopted by scientists and the public, but debates continue about when exactly the Anthropocene began and whether it should be formally recognized. Some argue it began with the invention of the agriculture 12,000 years ago, when humans first started to significantly alter landscapes. Others point to the Industrial Revolution around the 1800s, when fossil fuel use began to accelerate. Still others suggest the mid-20th century, when the great acceleration of population growth, industrialization, and environmental change began. The most common proposal is to mark the beginning of the Anthropocene at 1950s, coinciding with the start of the nuclear weapons testing, which left a distinctive radioactive signature in rocks and sediments worldwide, and with the acceleration of almost every measure of human impact. Whenever it began, there is no doubt that humans have become a major force shaping the planet. Let us consider the evidence, the ways in which human activities have altered the Earth. First, the climate. Carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere have increased from about 280 parts per million in 1800s to over 420 parts per million today. This increase is due almost entirely to the burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas, and to deforestation. The excess carbon dioxide traps heat in the atmosphere, causing global warming. Average global temperatures have increased by 1.2 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial times. With most of the warming occurring in the past few decades. This may not sound like much, but it represents an enormous change in Earth's energy balance. It has caused ice sheets and glaciers to melt, sea levels to rise, weather patterns to shift, and ecosystems to change. Arctic sea ice is declining. The Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets are losing mass. Mountain glaciers worldwide are retreating, and sea level has risen above 8 inches since 1900s. With the rate of rise accelerating. Second, biodiversity. Species extinction rates are currently 100 to 100,000 times higher than the background rate, the natural rate of extinction that occurs even in stable ecosystems. Some scientists call this the sixth mass extinction, comparable to the Big Five extinctions of the geological past. We have driven species extinct through habitat destruction, overhunting, pollution, introduction of invasive species, and climate change. Large animals have been hit especially hard. The megafauna on every continent have declined or disappeared since humans arrived. And the extinctions continue. Countless species are endangered or threatened. Populations are declining, and ecosystems are being simplified and degraded. Third, land use. Humans have converted about half of the Earth's ice-free land surface for agriculture, cities, and other uses. Forests that once covered much of the continent wetlands have been drained. This transformation is visible from space. Satellite images show vast agricultural landscapes where forests once stood, cities glowing at night where once there was wilderness, roads and infrastructure crisscrossing every continent. A fourth, the nitrogen cycle. Humans have more than doubled the amount of nitrogen available to plants through the industrial production of fertilizers. This has increased agricultural productivity, but also caused widespread pollution of waterways, creating dead zones in coastal oceans where excess nutrients fuel algae blooms that deplete oxygen. Fifth, the presence of novel materials. Plastics, which were invented in the early 20th century, now pervade the environment. Microplastics are found in the ocean, in soils, in the air, even in remote polar regions. They are ingested by animals and accumulate in food webs. Concrete and asphalt cover a large area of the landscape. Chemicals that never existed in nature, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, industrial compounds, are released in the environment. In-year radioactive materials from nuclear weapons tests and nuclear accidents have spread globally, leaving a signature that will persist for thousands of years. Sixth, the movement of species. Humans have intentionally and accidentally moved thousands of species around the globe. European plants and animals were brought to America, were brought to the Americas. Asian species were introduced to Europe and North America. Island ecosystems have been invaded by rats, cats, and other species that arrived with human explorers. These invasions have caused extinctions, altered ecosystems, and created novel communities. So species that never coexisted in evolutionary. These invasions have caused extinctions, altered ecosystems, and created novel communities of species that never coexisted in evolutionary time. The cumulative effect of all these changes is a planet that is fundamentally different from the planet that existed just a few centuries ago. We have entered a new state, one dominated by human activities, where natural processes are increasingly overshadowed by the anthropogenic one. But the anthropogenic is not just about the destruction and degradation. It's also a story of human achievement and adaptation. just 200 years, we have eradicated diseases that once killed millions. We have more than doubled the average human lifespan. We have lifted billions out of poverty, and we have put ones also. We have created technologies that allow us to communicate instantly across the globe, to explore space, to understand the fundamental workings of the universe. We have built a civilization of we have built civilizations of astonishing complexity and beauty. We have created art and literature and music that enriches human experience. We have developed moral and philosophical systems that recognized the value and dignity of every person. But these achievements have come at a cost, and the question facing us now is whether we can sustain our civilization, or whether we can sustain our civilization without destroying the natural systems that support it. The challenges are daunting. Climate change is accelerating, and its effects will intensify in the coming decades, even if we reduce emissions dramatically. Biodiversity loss continues, and many species will go extinct regardless of conservation efforts. Resource depletion, water scarcity, and soil degradation all threaten agricultural productivity and human well-being. And human populations have continued to grow, even though the rate of growth is slowing. We may reach 10 billion by the end of this century. All of those people will need food, water, energy, and living space, providing these without further degrading the environment will be one of the greatest challenges of the 21st century. But there are reasons for hope. Renewable energy technologies, solar and wind power, are becoming cheaper and more efficient. Many countries are transitioning away from fossil fuels, though not fast, to avoid significant climate change. Conservation efforts are protecting species and ecosystems. Habitat restoration is bringing back forests and wetlands. Some endangered species are recovering, and the awareness is growing. People around the world, especially young people, are demanding action on climate change and environmental protection. Science is advancing our understanding of Earth systems and how to manage them sustainably. The Anthropocene forces us to confront a fundamental question: what kind of planet do we want to live on? What kind of world do we want to leave to the future generations? For billions of years, the Earth evolved without us. Life adapted to changing conditions through natural selection. Ecosystems formed and dissolved based on climate change, geology, and evolution. But now we are the part of the system. We affect the climate, the ecosystems, the evolution of other species. We cannot step outside and be mere observers. We are embedded in Earth systems, shaping them and being shaped by them. This gives us both power and responsibility. We have the power to cause great harm, to drive species extinct, to alter climate, to degrade landscapes. But we also have the power to protect, restore, and to mitigate our impacts, to choose a sustainable path. The Anthropocene need not to be an age of destruction. It could be an age of stewardship, an age when humans learn to live in balance with the natural world, when we use our knowledge and technology to protect rather than exploit. These will require changes. We're gonna need to protect we're gonna need to transition to renewable energy, to reduce consumption, to protect remaining wild spaces, to restore degraded ecosystems. We're gonna need to stabilize human population, to reduce inequality, to find ways for everyone to live well without exceeding the planet's capacity to support us. These are not easy tasks. They will require cooperation on a global scale, changes in how we produce and consume, rethinking of economic systems that prioritize endless growth. But they are possible. Humans have overcome great challenges before. We have the capacity to solve this one. As we close this episode and this series, let us remember the long journey we have taken from a cloud of gas and dust 4.6 billion years ago to a molten ball of rock, to a living planet, to a world of complex ecosystems, to a world dominated by one species. The Earth has endured catastrophes, ice ages, asteroid impacts, volcanic eruptions. Life has survived, adapted, diversified, and evolved into the forms of astonishing beauty and complexity. We are the latest chapter of this long story. We are not the culmination or the end point. We are simply one species among millions, living at one moment in Earth's ongoing evolution. But we are a unique species. We are the first to understand our own history, to read the rocks and the fossils, to know choosing what kind of world we want to live in. This is both a privilege and a responsibility. We hold Earth's future in our hands. What we do in the coming decades will determine whether the Anthropocene is gonna be remembered as the age when humans learned to live sustainably on our own planet, or as the age we failed that test. The story is not yet written. We are writing it now, as I'm telling it now also. With every decision we make, every action we take, and the ending is not predetermined. It is up to us. The Earth has been on an incredible journey, and so have we. May we have the wisdom to ensure that both journeys continue together into a future as rich and wondrous as the past has been. This is the end of episode 30. Thank you, my dear listener, for following me until the end. It was really a big honor to me reading and transferring the knowledge of the Earth's creation to you. I hope you feel relaxed and you've learned something else, something new. The next episode will be the epilogue, or kind of retrospection of everything we have learned. If you want to be reminded, just stay with me after a few seconds. The epilogue is going to start. I love you so much. Bye. Epilogue. The pale blue dot revisited. We began this journey, my friend, with an image. The pale blue dot. Earth as seen from the edge of the solar system. A tiny speck suspended in a sunbeam. We end with the same image, but now we see it differently. Now we know what that dot represents. The pale blue dot is 4.6 billion years of history. It is fire and ice, creation and destruction, catastrophe and renewal. It is the only world we know where life exists, where chemistry became biology, where single cells became complex organisms, where consciousness emerged. It contains every human who has ever lived, every civilization that has risen and fallen, every triumph and tragedy, every love and loss, every work of art, every scientific discovery, every moment of wonder and beauty, all of it on that mote of dust. Look at it again, the pale blue dot, and reflect on the journey we have taken together. We have witnessed the birth of Earth from a cloud of gas and dust, the violent collisions that built our planet, the creation of the moon in a catastrophic impact. We have seen molten rock cool and solidify, oceans form from rain that fell for thousands of years, continents drift across the globe, chemistry. Single cells develop into complex organisms. The first organism crawl onto land, the tetrapods. Nice. We have watched this evolution through billions of years and countless generations, produced the incredible diversity of life we see today. We have witnessed mass extinctions that nearly ended life entirely, and we have seen life recover, adapt, and diversify. We have seen ice ages come and go, climate swings from a hothouse to icehouse and back. We have seen dinosaurs rise and fall, mammals emerge from their shadow, and humans evolve from African apes. And through it all, one thing has been constant: change. Earth is not static, it is dynamic, ever evolving, shaped by forces ranging from the microscopic to the planetary. Continents drift, climate shifts, species evolve and go extinct. This is normal. This is how the Earth has always operated. Change isn't an aberration, it is the fundamental nature of our planet. But the changes we are witnessing now in the Anthropocene are different. They are happening in an unprecedented pace, and they are being driven not by natural processes, but by one species, us. They give us both cause for concern and cause for hope. The concern is real. We are changing the climate faster than it has changed in millions of years. We are driving species extinct at rates comparable to mass extinction events. We are degrading ecosystems, depleting resources, and fundamentally altering the planet on which we depend. If we continue on our current path, the consequences will be severe, not just for other species but for ourselves too. Climate change will displace billions of people. Resource depletion will create conflict. Ecosystem collapse will threaten food security. The comfortable, prosperous world we have built over the past few centuries may not be sustainable. But there is hope. We are not locked into this trajectory. We have knowledge to understand what we are going through and the technology to change course. We can transition to renewable energy, protect remaining wild places, restore degraded ecosystems, and find ways to live sustainably on this planet. We have solved enormous challenges before. We have overcome diseases, increased food production, reduced poverty, expanded human rights. We can solve this challenge too if we choose to. And unlike previous species that shaped the Earth, the bacteria oxygenating the atmosphere, plants greening the land, we can do so consciously, intentionally. planet we want to live on. This journey through deep time has taught us several lessons. First, the Earth is resilient but not invulnerable. It has endured catastrophes and recovered, but recovery takes time, millions of years in some cases, and not everything survives. The species that go extinct are gone forever. Second, change is inevitable. The Earth we know is not eternal. The climate will shift. Sea levels will change. Species will evolve and go extinct. Resisting all change is futile. We can influence the direction and pace of change, guide it toward outcomes that preserve what we value. And third, we are connected to everything. The oxygen we breathe was produced by cyanobacteria billions of years ago and by plants today. The carbon in our bodies was forged in dying stars. The water we drink has cycled through this planet for billions of years. We are part of the Earth, not separate from it. A fourth, perspective matters. When we zoom out to geological timescales, human existence is brief, our civilization fleeting. But when we zoom in to human timescales, our actions matter enormously. The decisions we make today will echo through centuries and millennia. And fifth, we are privileged. We are the first species in Earth's history to understand our own origins, to read the rocks and fossils, to know the full sweep of life's story. This knowledge brings responsibility. As we close this journey, as we return from the deep time to the present, carry these lessons forward, my friend. Remember that you are stardust, evolved over billions of years, connected to every living thing through an unbroken chain of descent. Remember that Earth is ancient and has seen wonders and horrors beyond imagination. Remember that change is constant and the life is resilient. But also remember that this moment matters. You live at a critical juncture of Earth's history, a time when one species has the power to shape the planet's future. The choices made in your lifetime will determine what kind of world exists in the coming centuries. Will it be a world of declining biodiversity and degraded ecosystems, of climate chaos and resource conflicts? Or will it be a world where humans learned to live in balance with nature, where technology and wisdom combined to create a sustainable, just beautiful civilization? The answer isn't yet written. It depends on what we do. You and I and everyone alive today. It depends on whether we can summon the sacrifice short-term convenience for long-term survival, to cooperate on global scale for the common good. This is our test, the challenge that defines our era, and the stakes could not be higher. But if we succeed, if we navigate this transition and build a sustainable future, imagine what comes next. Imagine humanity 10,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now, a million years from now. We could become a species that has existed longer than most, that has shaped the planet not through exploitation, but through stewardship. We could create civilizations that last not centuries, but millennia. We could expand beyond Earth to other worlds, carrying life into the cosmos. We can continue the grand experiment that began 4 billion years ago, when the first cells divided into ancient seas. Or we could fail. We could be a brief flicker, a species that burned bright for a few thousand years and then collapsed, unable to control its own impact. We could be remembered, if there is anyone to remember us, as the species that had everything but squandered it. The choice is ours. Look again at that pale blue dot. Our home. Our only home. And at least for now, every person you love, everyone you know, everyone who has ever existed, lived their life on that dot. It is a beautiful world, diverse and wondrous, 4.5 billion years in the making. It is worth protecting, worth preserving, worth caring for. What do you think, dear listener? Not because it needs us. Earth will continue with or without us. Life will persist, will evolve, will find a way, as it always has. But we need the Earth. We are bound to this planet, evolved for its conditions, dependent on its ecosystems. That this pale blue dot is our home, our only home, and it is our responsibility to ensure it remains a home for us and for all of the species with whom we share it. The journey through deep time is over, but the journey forward has just begun. The next chapter of Earth's story is being written now, and you, my dear listener, by the virtue of living at this moment, you are one of the authors. Write well, write wisely, write with hope and determination, and love for this planet that gave us life. The pale blue dot endures. May we be worth of it. Amen. This is the end of the beautiful Earth documentary that I have for you, my dear listener. Thank you for being on this journey.